Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna put a sweater on because it's a little chilly. Oh, for frick's sake, I just bumped my coffee. We're gonna put the sweater on real quick. Give a quick cleanup to this mess I just made. All right, and we're gonna give this a good old read. So, I had mixed opinions on the previous UA. Mostly in the fact that I thought the subclasses were pretty good. I thought they were fun. I thought they were pretty decent. Well, actually, just to have a quick look at them. Oh, it saves your position on those. So I thought that the the cleric was good. Needed some changes. The Titan Druid was awesome, but needed some minor changes. The Hell Knight fighter needed a bunch of editing, but if it works the way that I think that they're intending it to work, it should be pretty good. And then the demonic sorcerer I felt was rather lackluster overall. I do think it would be fun to play, but I felt it was kind of lackluster, if my memory serves correctly. Uh, so and then when it came to the villainous, like the feats, I was not particularly impressed. I think they're fine in the sense of I thought they were fine because of the way that they were, because there is very little design sit base to give GMs and players a way to make the characters unique. Um, so that was, I felt it was okay. Now for UA2, we got 3 subclasses. Exit Steam, turn that off. All right, everything else should be fine. Is something going on in the background that I don't know about? Nope, everything's working as it should. Okay, cool. So we're gonna give a little quick here. So we got a barbarian, we got a monk, and we got a warlock. So we're gonna see how these pan out. Of course, as always, these are UA. These are play test material. We do not know if they are going to be properly developed in full, and they may not, or they may or may not be in good balance. Although 5th edition's balance is kind of thrown out of whack. It's kind of out of whack, anyways. So let's have a little look here. So, Path of Lament for the barbarian. Transform bitter anguish into supernatural rage. Barbarians who walk the path of lament hone their regrets into deadly weapons and channel their deepest sorrows into rageful action. Held by supernatural grief, their fury grants them gifts from beyond the grave. Barbarian may choose the path of lament, but more often the path is thrusted upon the barbarian by unhappy accident. At the heart of a barbarian's rage are the great trauma and unresolved grief, painful emotions fueled by haunting memory, and the rise to the surface during adrenaline-filled moments. You can roll on or choose the results of the path of the lament on the table indicated from roots of your despair. Lost loved one, Rose is an undead monster, evil slew your animal companion, you and you alone accepted A brutal captor. You found your family's charred remains. You know, all this right here is just backstory, period. Everybody has one of these things affecting their character almost like 40%, like 60% of the time. That's every character. Or something variant of this. Because a character's not a character without some problems. There's a great thing called knife theory, which is when you're creating a background. Because this is just background stuff. When you're creating a background, give your GM knives to stab you with. All right. At level 3, when you activate your rage or as a bonus action while your rage is active, let out a doleful wail. Each creature of your choice within a 30-foot emanation originating from you makes a Constitution saving throw. DC 8 plus your Constitution mod and proficiency bonus. On a failed save, the creature takes psychic damage and has the deafened condition for 1 minute. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage. To determine the psychic damage, roll a number of d12s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You can also regain uses by expending uses. Also regain all uses by expending a use of your rage. Okay, so let's see here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure you recover rages on a short rest. Now, how many rages do you have by level 3? You have 3 rages by this point. Also, this scales. Oh, the scaling on this is kind of meh. I mean, yeah, you get multiple uses of it, but it is also a bonus action. Actually, at level 3, 2d12 and a 30-foot emanation on creatures of your choice for psychic damage is pretty good. And you get to use it twice until level 9, where you get to use it a third time. No, you get to use it a number of times equal to your con modifier. So you get to use it 3 times, pretty much, when you start. 4 if you're going more con heavy. 4 times you get to do 2d12 to a 30-foot emanation as a bonus action. And it's also a rage rider. That's insanity. Furthermore, you gain 1 expended use when you finish a short rest. So when you finish a short rest, you can get all your uses back as well. Oh boy, that's a lot of uses of this. Because you're going heavy con, you could also just not use rage as much too. It wouldn't be worth it, but oh, it's only while your rage is active. Never mind. What does the deafening condition do? You can't hear and automatically fail any ability checks that require healing. Or hearing, not healing. It's kind of whatever. I did always like the idea that deafened disrupted spellcasting. Like you had to make a check to do spellcasting because you can't hear yourself speak properly. And you're slurring the words. Yeah, this feature's really good. Actually, that was the other thing I was gonna do. I was gonna check against other level 3 barbarian features. So let's see here. We got World Tree, Wild Heart. Berserker. Zealot. Is that it? No, that's Grim Hollow. So let's have a little quick look here. So the Wildheart Barbarian got Speak with Animals and Speak with Plants as spells. They got resistance to. They could choose which one of the following. They could either get Bear, Eagle, or Wolf, which are all pretty good. World Tree grants you temporary hit points. Number of d6 is equal to your rage damage bonus, which is so on average 7. So, and then of course the Zealot, which gets a bonus die of damage every turn for free. And you have a pool of 4d12s, which get you healing equal to the total rolls and things like that. So, you get on the fly healing. Ugh, excuse me. Overall, I'd say this is definitely on the strong side. Like the Barbarian can literally go 2d12 to an area around him and then recklessly attack things, which means makes up for the slightly lower strength because you're going clawing. This is really strong. This is really good. Like you can clear out fights really fast with this. Like group fights, you're gonna clear them out fast. This is very powerful. Giving area damage to martial characters is dangerous, and this is a pretty good one. It's all a bonus action, which is nuts. And the fact that you get to use this a number of times equals to your con modifier, and you can expend a use of rage to re-up it. And you can recover rage on a short rest. So you can actually just go rage on your first fight, clear the area out, use up all your uses of this, spend another one, and then recover a rage. So you're only down net 1 rage. You still have 2 full rages left. And that's at level 3. And you have, let's say you have a +3 at level 3, plus you'll have a +4 at level 4. But let's just say you have a +3 at level 3. That's 6 uses of this. And 3 uses of rage with 1 short rest in there. You probably won't need all 6 for 1 or 2 fights. Like, you can easily use 6 of those over the course of 3 fights. That is crazy good. Like, the stats is kind of whatever, but 2d12s as a bonus action in an area around you is wild. Commune with the Dead. You can cast the Speak with the Dead spell, but only as a ritual. fair enough. Wisdom is your spellcasting modifier for it. This is a ribbon. Horrifying Strike. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a strength-based attack roll while your rage is active, you can attempt to horrify the target. Target must exceed a wisdom saving throw against your constitution save, or have the frightened condition until the start of next turn. Every turn, you get to do this once. That's pretty okay. You're trading this for alternatives such as dark vision, movement speeds, immunity to the charm or frightened condition. Teleportation on a target. And then if you and a reroll on the fail saving throw with a bonus. Yeah, this is that's once per activation. This is once per turn. This is kind of good. This is pretty good. Causing creatures to be frightened of you is pretty good. All right. Otherworldly Anguish. Drawn the power of sorrow so deep it extends beyond the boundaries of the realm of the living. You gain the following features. Deathly Will. If a target fails its saving throw against your Banshee's Well and it has hit points equal to twice your Barbarian level or fewer, it drops to 0 hit points instead of taking damage. So now it's just a mass execute. You can't be possessed. Okay, that's kind of a ribbon. You resist cold and necrotic damage while your rage is active. Okay. Okay. And what is this competing with? You get... This is competing with Retaliation. You get improved reach, or you choose a creature to gain advantage in 60 feet, up to 10 creatures. So you give party advantage for per long rest. This is kind of crazy. You're doing 3d12 at this point. So 3d12 is what? 13, 20 damage if they have... So you do 20 damage in an area around you on average. Sometimes it's 10. But let's say you do 20 damage on average. Because you're going to be boosting your con, so your saving throw is going to be pretty rough. And so you're doing 20 damage. And then if they have 20 or less health, you just execute them. Like, that's kind of good. They have to fail the saving throw, but still. That's pretty nuts. Resistance to the cold and the croc damage is a really good addition as well. I think those are very nice pickups also. They're not crazy good, but they're not bad. Cold damage is not particularly common. Neither is necrotic, but both are common enough that they're pretty good. Sorrow form. All right, at 14. When you activate your rage, you can empower yourself with Undeath. You gain the benefits below for 1 minute or until you drop to 0 hit points. Once you use feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Okay. You're immune to the charmed and frightened conditions. If you're charmed or frightened, you empower yourself. The condition ends on you. In addition, you can't gain exhaustion levels. Whatever. This is kind of good. Life drain. When a creature fails its saving throw against your horrifying strike, the creature takes 2d10 necrotic damage. Nice. You gain hit points equal to the necrotic damage dealt. Also nice. So you're dealing an additional 11 points of damage, and you get a little heal out of it. And you just get this all the time while raging. Well, for one fight. And your creature type is undead. Okay. So, two things. This feels out of place. I'm just gonna say it. This feels out of place. Nowhere in there does it make sense for you to suddenly just be undead. Like, not with how they've been describing it. Like, I see the progression that they're kind of putting you on, but there's no indication that you're going like towards undead itself. Like, there's nothing for that in the flavor text anyways. Like, it's indicative based on, like, it's like, oh, you're slowly becoming undead, like the Banshee's whale thing, for example. Like, you're slowly becoming undead. This is a weird way of approaching it because it feels very sudden. Like, I see the progression, but I think it feels very sudden. But yeah, no, this isn't. But I will say, comparing this to other 14th level abilities, it's okay. Like, you get intimidating presence, power of the wilds, which grants you possible for like you can get a fly speed, for example. Like, there's all kinds of really, really good stuff that you can get. Oh, this is actually very important. I need to go to this. Rage of the Gods is obviously really, really good too. This is, I would say this probably falls into like the average kind of category, because this is really what you're getting is the life siphon. Because this is kind of like, this is okay. This second part is whatever, because unless they're gonna start playing with exhaustion more, which they may, they have to change exhaustion again in order for this to be good, because otherwise this is just like, exhaustion is too punishing too quickly in order to be able to use it as a mechanic effectively, in my opinion. Now, in my own personal change to this would be a pretty good, because this lets you just use exhaustion oriented skills. But yeah. Yeah, no. This is all right. Overall, I think it's okay. But this is, I would say, a little lackluster for a capstone ability. Especially when we're getting like cold and necrotic resistance already. If they put this here, if they swap resistance and immunity that they have here between the two, I think this would be a little bit more appropriate. It's like, now you can get resistant, you can gain resistance to cold and necrotic damage. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's pretty good. Instead, you just kind of have it all the time as of level 10, which is really strong, mind you. But yeah, overall, I would say this is very powerful up to level 10. 14 feels a little lackluster. Although the bonus damage of 2d10 necrotic damage on every for once per turn is pretty decent. But yeah, it has to fail the saving throw, which I don't like. Um, I've noticed that a lot of people don't like the I have to make the attack roll. Now the target has to make a saving throw. Oriented effects too much because it's a double checking and it slows the game down. A lot of people don't really like it that much. I've noticed. I personally don't mind it. I think it's fine, but I know a lot of people don't like this design. Overall, I'd say this is kind of okay. Pretty good overall. Theming is all right. The undead thing is kind of weird to me because it's lament, not undeath. But sure. Overall, I think it's well designed. I think it could use a little bit. I think the whale might be a little bit nuts. This might need to be D10s because this feels kind of nuts. That's 2 less points of damage on average at the early levels, and then additional, uh, and then 3 points and 4 points at higher levels. I think that might be necessary on average. It also lowers the ceiling by 4, 6, and 8, respectively. All right, Monk, Warrior of Venom. Channel the cauldron of your own toxicity. So, trolls? Like troll power? Like internet troll power? All right, Warriors of the Venom pollute their internal reservoirs to become of power to become poison incarnate. Through years of focus and study of poisons in all its forms, these monks learn to harness their own toxicity to impair and envenom foes. Contact with a warrior of venom, even the slightest touch or a single drop of blood, can be deadly as a viper's bite. Okay. Envenom weapon. At the start of your turn, you can expend 1 focus point to apply a toxin produced from your own blood to one monk weapon that you are holding. A creature that takes damage from the monk weapon is subject to one of the following toxin effects. Choose when you apply the toxin. Slowing toxin at the start of your next turn, the creature's speed is halved. It can't take reactions, and it can take either an action or a bonus action on its turn, not both. Okay. Target takes poison damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die, which at this point would be 2d6. The toxin remains potent for 1 minute or until a creature takes damage from the weapon. For a key point, that's pretty good. Like, this is probably going to get used all the time against various creatures. Note that it doesn't stop them from taking multiple attacks. So it's not as good as the slow spell. But it is pretty decent still. The bonus damage is definitely going to be okay. The problem is that, as always, is that it is poison damage. Poison damage is one of the most commonly resisted damage types, which is maybe why they feel like it can scale off your monk martial arts die. And you're only going to be able to do this once per turn. So, because you can only do it at the start of your turn. So, the fact that it doesn't cost you an action to apply this poison is really, really good. And you still get the pop pop bang as of level 2. So that's really, really good. This does mean that you are rolling 5d6 in a turn if you spend 2 key points. If you don't spend 2 key points, you get 4d6 for 1. Spending 1 key point to do 4d6 of damage is pretty good. That's some ranger level numbers right there. Like low level ranger level numbers. That's pretty good. All right. Also level 3, potent arsenal. You gain the poisoner's toolkit. Your proficiency with it whenever creating a basic course, and you can do so over the course of one day, 8 hours work. Just whenever you deal poison damage with a monk feature or a monk weapon, you can change the damage type to acid. Okay. See, that's good. That solves the damage problem I was literally just talking about. So yeah, no, this is pretty potent. This is up there with the ranger in their like damage numbers. Like this is really good. Toxic touch. As a magic action, you can spend 1 focus point to apply a potent toxin to a creature you touch. Target makes a Constitution saving throw against, I assume, um your focus DC or key DC or whatever they call it now. On a failed save, the target has the poison condition for 1 minute. Boo. All poison target is affected by one of the following effects. Your choice. Intoxicate. The creature has the charm condition for the duration or until your allies deal damage to the target. Okay. Said if the creature falls asleep and has the unconscious condition for the duration, another creature can use its action to stir it awake and remove this condition. Okay. Truth serum. Target can't knowingly communicate a lie for the duration. So, here's my issue with this: is that you have to be poisoned for this. The biggest problem with 5th edition is that the poison condition is really commonly immune. A lot of creatures are immune to it and just don't care. So this is probably pretty good, but I think it's going to be mediocre most of the time. Right. Toxin Refiner. Body can filter poison. You gain immunity to the poison damage, and whenever you're subject to the poison damage, your advanced weapon options each deal extra poison damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die. You can't gain this benefit again until the end of your next turn. In addition, whenever you ingest a poison, you regain a number of hit points equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die. Hold on. So you can just chug a poison. Roll of your martial arts die, and you can't. So hold on. So as the fight starts, you can spend an action to chug a poison, recover hit points equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die, and then make your envenom weapon better. So this feels... How do I say this? This is fine in the sense that I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's... I think it's... Let me phrase this. I love the flavor of this. I just think it's kind of impractical because of the duration that you have to use it on said weapon. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Alright, Toxic Blood. Enemies draw your toxic blood at their own peril. Whenever a creature hits you with a melee attack roll, the attacker takes 1d6 poison damage. Is this anytime? Monk feature or monk weapon. So yeah, so you can make this acid. If you are bloody, the attacker takes poison damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die, which by level 11 I believe is a d10. Level 11, it becomes a D10. Yeah. So I mean, D10 if you're bloodied, it's all right. All right. Hallucinogenic breath. Overall, this is the two together is okay. It's a bunch of small things, kind of like s- kind of stapled together, making it okay. The problem is that the name of the game is Nova damage, right? Like that's the name of the game, and this doesn't let you really Nova. So I think it's okay. It's not crazy good though. All right, hallucinogenic breath. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can expend 2 focus points and replace one of your attacks with an exhalation of hallucinogenic vapors at one creature you can see within 30 feet. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes poison damage equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die, which at level 17 is d12, so 3d12. And has the frightened condition for 1 minute or until the target takes damage. While frightened, the target takes the dash action and moves away from you by the safest route for each of its turns unless there is nowhere to move. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage, only takes half as much damage. You are not using this for the damage output because 3d12 for 2 focus points is not crazy good. Now, it is an area, so it's not bad. But the big thing that you're getting out of this is the frightened condition and stuff running away. That's very strong. Especially if you can do this to a bunch of like lieutenants or peons, they will just run away. There is no secondary save for this, by the way. So they're just running away for a full minute. Which might need to change. It's level 17, so I don't mind that they have the just save or it sucks. Overall, I think that this class is pretty good. The big thing that definitely makes this class function is this right here, being able to turn the poison damage to acid damage. This makes this class work. Um, Overall, I'd say this is pretty decent. I definitely see what they're trying to do. Yeah, I'm okay with this one. I think it's fine. I don't see any major overbearingly glaring issues with this. These are like the level 6 features, these are kind of boring, but they're not bad. Again, the biggest problem it being biggest problem it being the fact that it requires the creature to be vulnerable to the poison condition, which is a little bit rough. So overall, I think this class is fine. I think you're going to be in a position where you're going to want to get to level 3, use this, and then from 6 all the way up to 11, you're going to feel kind of sad a little bit. Compared to other subtypes, but your level 3 feature is pretty good. Being able to just kind of spend a focus point and just have poisons on hand at all times is pretty nice. All right, last but not least, the Warlock. Your pack draws on the inner planes, the realm of elemental forces and the building blocks of the multiverse. Warlocks in this pack are heralds of ancient and destructive scions of air, earth, fire, and water, such as the elemental evils. These warlocks prepare the way for their patrons, eventually arrive on the material plane by creating elemental nodes, areas suffused with energy from the elemental planes. When you choose a subclass, choose an elemental from the primordial plane table, which suggests the primordial patron determines the damage type for certain subclass features, and you choose whether you have air, earth, fire, water, which in turn goes thunder, acid, fire, and cold. All right, elemental nodes. So it looks like we have some spell casting here. As a magic action, you create a 5-foot radius sphere of elemental magic centered on a point you can see within 60 feet of yourself. Target magic of this element node resembles your chosen element. On later turns, you can take a bonus action to move the node up to 30 feet. When the node appears, each creature other than you in the node makes a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC, taking 1d6 damage of your chosen elemental type on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. A creature also makes a saving throw whether the node moves into its space, and when it enters the node or ends its turn there, a creature makes a save only once per turn. They may be implying that once per round because that's what's consistent across the board, but neither here nor there. The node lasts for 1 minute until you dismiss it, no action required, or until you use this feature to create another node. Once you use this feature, you can use it again to complete a short or long rest unless you expend a packed magic spell slot to restore use of it. Node's damage increases by a d6 when you reach Warlock level 6 and 14. 2d6 and 3d6 respectively. Okay. So a 1d6 moonbeam. Of whatever damage type, and you can just move it around the field. You can move it 30 feet, so you can definitely hit a few like 2 creatures with this. You can definitely move it to hit a creature, hit another creature, and then have it stop on a third, or just vice versa, right? Like, you get it to hit one and then let it just stop on another one. This is kind of meh. Not gonna lie. All right. You also gain the magic of your patron ensures you always have certain spells ready. When you reach a warlock level, specified that you thereafter have those spells prepared. Listed the primordial spell prepared along with the spells corresponding to the chosen element. So you always have at warlock level, you always have chromatic orb, dark vision. You then have elemental weapon and summon elemental in commune with nature. And then you have some changes based off of what subtype. So you get domain spells basically, or cleric equivalent of domain spells, which is fine. I don't think these are bad. There's some good ones in there. They're definitely thematic, which is good. None of these are particularly bad. Obviously, the fire is the blaster caster version. Air is more of the movement oriented. Earth has got a good grab bag of like offensive utilities, and then water, of course, is very actually very offense oriented as well. All right, At level 6, your elemental node shields you from harm. You gain the following benefits. While you're within your node, you have bonus AC equal to your charisma modifier. That is a ton, because at level 6, it will probably be 4. If it is not already 5, level 8, it most certainly will be 5. So you just have a flat plus 5 AC. This is worth way more than the damage that it would do by it being on other tiles. And because it's a 5-foot radius sphere, you can split it between 2 squares and just have it hit you and the thing that you're fighting. That is 100% the way that you will use it from there forward if you ever need it for anything. Elemental teleport. As a bonus action, you can teleport you into your node or the nearest unoccupied space within 5 feet of it. You can use this benefit a number of times equal to charisma modifier. Your gain all uses on a finish a long rest. Okay, yeah. So now, if you just want to get in and throw hands, you can just teleport in, have plus 5 AC. So you'll probably have what? Light armor. Let's just say you're using mage armor because there's no reason for you not to. Plus dex. Let's say plus 2 for dex. So you got 15 AC. You're gonna be in there with a You're gonna be in there with a 19 AC, 20 AC at level 6, possibly. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty good. Primal protection. You have resistance to your chosen element damage type. Additionally, while you are within your elemental node, you have immunity to damage type. Very good. Your elemental node is now 10-foot radius sphere. Okay, so now this is actually kind of nuts, because if you just center this on yourself, if you get crowded, you have big AC, you are constantly doing damage to everything around you. There's a lot of benefits here. And there's zero reason, by the way, with the way that it's phrased, for you to not just take the node for 30 feet, move it out, and then move it back over to yourself. Just to do the damage roll a second time. All right, Elemental Harbinger. Your elemental can usher the mightiest of elements, granting you the following benefits. I do like how it's all about this one thing, though. It's like, hey, I've got this one trick. It's all about this one trick, right? It's a one-trick pony class. I actually really like one-trick pony classes in 5e. I think they're really, really, they're much better designed. Whenever you expend a packed magic spell slot while you're within the elemental node, you can attempt to pull a creature into the node. One creature you choose within 30 feet of the node must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pulled up to 15 feet towards the node's center. The elemental node now lasts for up to an hour, so a while in a dungeon. Primordial Herald. While you're within the node's area, you can cast the Planar Ally spell without expending a spell slot. When you cast the spell in this way, you speak the name of your patron. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish 2d4 long rests. So, this is a weird way of putting it. So, Planar Ally, and you get your companion or your patron. Planar Ally, 6th level spell. You get an elemental. Hi, Gabby. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well today, thank you. Although I'm going to go get coffee. I will be right back. Okay, returned. So I I don't know how I feel about this one. I think I like it, but I also don't. I don't like the idea of like having to be inside the node to cast this spell. It's very seldom that you're not inside your node at this point because your node gives you so many like benefits. The times that you're not is because you're setting up for a move, like for a play. Like you're putting it somewhere else so that you can teleport to it. Or you're just looking to use it like specifically for this. Because it moves at your speed as well as a bonus action. So you can just drag it with you, like in a dungeon, which is cool. I don't know. I feel weird about this one. And then we got two Eldritch Invocations. So we're gonna look at these real quick before I give my conclusion on this subclass. Uh, for level 5, choose a damage type. Whenever you cast a spell that deals the chosen damage type, you can cause elemental energies to wreathe you until the end of your next turn. For the duration, whenever a creature within 5 feet of you hits with a melee attack roll, that creature takes 1d4 damage of the chosen damage type. That goes up. This pairs well with the idea of you just being kind of in here throwing hands. How's the UA? Overall, I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna give like a full synopsis in a second here. You can take this invocation more than once. Each time you do, choose a different damage type. Okay, that's kind of whatever. Choose a damage type: fire, lightning, cold, or acid, or thunder. Once per turn, whenever you deal damage of any of the types above, you can deal the chosen damage type instead. So for a warlock invocation, you're telling me that I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage type flexibility. That's kind of wild. There's a feat, if my memory serves. That used to be a feat to give you 1 damage option back in the day. That's crazy. That's way better. Obviously, you can't take it at level 1, but 100% I would take this. And this, by the way, if you take this and you have Chromatic Orb just gets even crazier. Because now now 5 of 8 damage options are doing the good damage type that you want. So this with Chromatic Orb is insanely good. I can't remember if Chromatic Orb does random damage still. I don't think it does. Is it just a spell is it just a damage of your choice? It's just a damage type of your choice. Okay, never mind. Even so, you get the damage flexibility on this is kind of nutty. If you're definitely gonna want to take both of these if you're playing this kind of warlock. Pretty good. Gives you a lot of it gives you a good little bit of flexibility, gives you some good power output. It fits well with the throwing hands aspect that this warlock seems to want to do a little bit. This warlock definitely wants to get in there with like a decent weapon, maybe like a scimitar or something like that, like a decent, maybe a two-handing a staff or something like that. Might be a good. There's some good options in there. Overall, this warlock looks. I don't know how much I would say that this warlock is strong. With Eldritch Blast, you can definitely pull things into your sphere of influence, and then beat the crap out of them with a stick afterwards, or maybe you have good Or maybe you have like Shocking Grasp or something like that. Some good melee cantrips. But yeah, no, I think this is pretty good. And then if you use Shocking Grasp and you have Elemental Transmute, you can make it do any of these damages. So if you choose, say, Cold, you can make it so that anytime that you do fire or lightning damage or thunder damage, you just do cold damage. So that's pretty handy. Just to give you like alternative damage output types. So the trick with this one is if you are taking is you pick a damage type that is not synonymous with this. So a really good one would be is like take fire, for example. And then you go with the cold, you go with the water elemental. Now, anytime that you do cold damage, you can do fire damage instead. It's pretty good. Overall, I think this is this is a damage dealing warlock, right? This is a warlock that wants to fight. Like all of their features are damage oriented. Most of their spells here are damage oriented. The ones that are not are definitely good for combat. So, yeah, like even Steel Wind Strike is. I would say that this is a pretty good warlock. This is not bad. The damage output here leaves something to be desired, but because you can proc it twice, like on average twice a round, it's not that bad. I would say the biggest issue here is the amount of saving throws that you're going to be imposing and the amount of tack rolls you're going to be doing on a regular basis. Like you're going to be doing a lot of dice rolling with this class, so that could be a bogged down problem. I kind of had the same criticism of the monk and the barbarian, honestly, in this case, where there's going to be a lot of you're making rolls a lot or forcing rolls a lot, so it's kind of hard to say for sure as to whether or not it's going to be fun for people at the table because 5th edition players like the game to go, like combat to go 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 go. So overall, I think these are good. These are quite good overall. I don't see a reason to. I don't see a problem with these. I think they're pretty good. I think that there could be a little bit of work done with some after some playtesting, but I don't see any overbearingly glaring issues. The only one that felt very strange to me was 100% the undead aspect on the barbarian. That's like the only one that feels strange to me. That doesn't feel like it should be there. I do have my concerns about the monk not being good enough for after level 3. Because a lot of its stuff like is reliant on poison condition, or it's a bunch of like small benefits here and there, and that may result in it not feeling appropriately powerful to what you're kind of expecting. So I do have some minor concerns, but overall I think these are good. Definitely requires a little bit of playtesting, but overall I think they're fine. I don't see a problem with them at this point. Oh yeah, copy paste something. Yes, dear. Possibly. Where is it and what is it? It's kind of far for some sunglasses. Don't you have sunglasses? Okay. You only need the one. I'm gonna say no. Like it's not. It's a bit of a drive for Uptown Waterloo. And gas is expensive. That wouldn't change anything. We're not going that way Sunday. It's not a me not wanting to go kind of thing like today because like I have. Okay. All right. But where was I? Yeah, I think overall the ideas that they want to try and pursue, I think they have good ideas. Um I just think that they might be missing the mark on how to actually create them inside of the ecosystem that they already have. Is my biggest concern. Like the barbarian getting an AoE on a bonus action a number of times equal to the con, which this barbarian you're just going to go straight con. Like this, if I was playing this barbarian, I would just say, nope, strength second, full con. We're going hyper tank. We're gonna go, and I'm just gonna go reckless, just make up for the -1 that I have on my strength score, and we're just gonna be cleaving dudes for with that. I'm gonna be impossible to kill, and outside of yeah, like this is just really strong. I think that this barbarian is really powerful. I think it might be too good on its damage output. It's kind of nuts. Overall, I think it's okay though. I think that there is some concerns with numbers, but in terms of what they're making though, I think this is pretty good. I don't see it ultimately going poorly. Yeah, I think overall we're pretty good here. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick right back break. I'm gonna take care of a couple of things real quick on the back end, and then we're gonna get back into converting stuff from fifth edition to Pathfinder. And yeah, so I will be right back. Stand by. Oh, hold on, we gotta do something here. Uh, Okay, we're back. Let's see here. So we're gonna keep our wits about us and work away at this as well. We're gonna just keep going at it. So for now, we have devotee benefits. We have creation, earth, metal, wealth. For malachite, this is more about craftsmanship, patience. Craftsmanship teaches guides and builders and those who seek to create lasting legacies. Creation, earth, metal, wealth. We could put protection in there, but I don't think that's quite right. We could put perfection as a secondary. Because I believe perfection is mind, body, and spirit perfect. Yeah, I think that's fine. There is probably I can probably get a subcategory deity, like a demi deity that is all about perfection, and it would be in association to Malachite. Torrent. Oh, we need this. Pathfinder devotee benefits. Benefits. There we go. All right. And then paste this. All right, let's see here. So divine attributes. Definitely would be for Torrent. He wants to just break stuff. His big edicts are, let's see here, ocean, constant death, storm breaks, destruction, power, destruction, and forever pushing the boundaries of the world around them. Friends of fate, weakness to fester. Divine attribute can be I don't want to say strength necessarily, but it does make us a lot of sense. I think I'm going to say constitution. Hmm. Or do I want to do constitution or wisdom? I think so. Or wisdom. This can be heal or harm, for sure. Divine sanctification, neither. Divine skill or torrent. Um. Hmm. Let's go to I guess it would be athletics. Favored weapon. Let's go to equipment. Weapons. We want level Uh, 0 to 0. What weapon did I have for him is a trident. So we have an actual trident. And you know what? We're gonna actually change something here. I just realized there was a small problem. Save. There we go. Hmm. All right. Favorite weapon? Yeah, we'll just stick with the trident. I think the trident down here is it just has thrown 20. Otherwise, it's a one-handed weapon. It is a spear weapon. Gets clumsy 1 with weapons critical specialization. A spear can be wielded with 1 or 2 hands, with 1 hand or thrown. D8 weapon has the 20-foot thrown property, which is pretty good. Yeah, they'll just stick with the trident, I think. A ranseur is a long trident with a central prong that is longer than the other two, which is a two-handed 1d10 weapon that has disarm and reach. The trident does make more sense, though. Right, domains. This is where the fun part begins. Okay. So, water, obviously. So the ones that it has is Tempest, Trickery, and Water. Is Power, Depths, Destruction, Weather, and Change. So, let's see here. Ambition is sounds more like a secondary. Change. It is not necessarily the cold. It definitely has destruction. Change, destruction, water, and there isn't one for storm, is there? No. Let's see here. Trickery. Less so. That was more because there wasn't a better one. Toil, time, travel, protection, plague, perfection, passion, pain, nothingness, nightmare, moon, naga, introspection, indulgence, healing, glyph, freedom, fate, family. I definitely want to put tyranny probably as a secondary. Tempest was more for the weather than it was for storms. I guess he technically would also be a moon. I think we're gonna do this actually. Put tyranny here. And then we'll put moon here. Yeah, that definitely makes more sense. All right, Zephyr. The dual nature. Oh. All right, I'm going to do this. Zephyr is all about feel it in the moment, man. It's all about self discovery and hippies, dude. A divine attribute would definitely be wisdom or dexterity. Heal or harm is fine. Neither divine skill would be acrobatics for sure. Favorite weapon, I believe, is the short bow. Yep. So I'm gonna double check here, make sure that we don't. We have the hand crossbow. Okay, so let's go bow. Short bow is a single word. Okay. We have the short bow. All right, domains. I mean, we have to start with air. For sure. Let's see here. Darkness, death, decay, dream, destruction, dreams, indulgence. Freedom. What is dust again? Power of dry and crumble what opposes you. I feel like that would actually be a malachite domain as well. Let's see here. Family, fate, freedom, glyph, healing, indulgence, naga, moon, might, metal, magic, luck, lightning. Lightning is in there. We can throw luck as a secondary. Nature, nightmares, nothingness, pain, passion, perfection, plague, protection, toils, travel. Travel's not really one. Wealth, water, swarm, star, vigil, souls, undeath, tyranny, sorrow, secrecy, truth, trickery, worm, delay, zeal. What are the ones that I have for it already? Tempest, Twilight, Peace. Introspection actually doesn't fit too poorly. See, universal peace among the world. Oh, peace. Is peace in here? No. See, universal peace among the world teaches that one must follow in search of others to the protection, preconceived self. Introspection will definitely be in there. Introspection, luck, magic, might, moon, toil, fate, time. Void, water, wealth, wormkin, zeal, trickery. Change as a secondary. Yeah. All right. Anla. I think I already set you up. Glyphs, knowledge, magic, secrecy with vigil. Yeah. I think that's about nails it for her. All right. Neela. You are going to be a heal. Copy this here like that. All right. Divine attribute. This is definitely a wisdom or charisma situation. For sure. Heal only. Divine sanctification can be holy. Can be holy. Oh, did I do that for Anla as well? Is it can be holy? Can be holy. Alrighty. Divine skill, occult, nature. I need to double check. Does do Fae fall under nature? Nature skill. Recall knowledge on fauna, flora, geographical weather, the environment, creatures of nature origin like animals, beasts, fae, and plants. Okay. The first world, which I believe is basically the Feywild's universe. Beauty. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, nature. Favored weapon, I believe, is the longsword. Yeah, it is the longsword. Longsword. Okay, domains. Her default domains are love, life, peace. And then her areas of concern are children, forsaken, courage, hope, and redemption. This is like literally the Alice in Wonderland one. Okay, so let's see here. She is a nature, I believe, is going to be secondary. We'll just throw that in there. Let's see here. She is going to have healing. She's going to have family. She's going to also have fate. Fate, healing, family, luck for sure. Protection. Let's double check what protection actually encapsulates again. You ward yourself and others. Yeah, protection. Sorrow. With zeal. Nightmares, nothingness, perfection, plague, protection. No, I think I actually kind of like this as is. She's very easy because like she's a deity that it was pretty active in my current games for a little while. So, all right, Shurla. All right, Shurla is the ranger deity. This would be Dex. There's also the forgiveness deity. Divine sanctification can be holy. Do I want this to be a must? I don't think I want to make any of my deities must be holy, must be unholy. I think I'm going to make them either neither or can be's. I don't really think that I want to put my players in a position where it's like, you must be this for this, because these deities are not meant to be like that hard and fast with the demands. They are very they're designed to be a little pick and choose. Survival. Favorite weapon, I believe, is the longbow. It's also the short bow. I believe it was Zephyr that had the short bow. Or we're going to change this to the crossbow, I think. Crescent cross. Crossbow. Do 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 do. Domains. Let's see here. Nature. Is there something for companions? Definitely be protection for sure. Family. Protection. Undeath, tyranny, truth, trickery, travel, toil. Is toil like actually just consistent work and refuse to let anything stand in your way? I put Neela as sorrow, but I think I'm gonna take sorrow away from her as a secondary. Because she definitely has it as a primary. Repose. We could use repose as the justification for forgiveness as a secondary over nature. Nothingness, pain. This is more about inflicting pain. Indulgence, freedom, duty. Confidence. Confidence can be actually the courage for thing for courage. So we could put that in here. Yeah. All right. Baris. The combat fishing pole is 100% the weapon for this. That is not something that we have in this. Unfortunately, it has to be the Trident for the for 5th edition. But combat fishing pole is 100% the favorite weapon for this class, or for this deity. 100%. That's gonna be built primarily out of a joke, but that's gonna be a thing that is 100% a thing that I'm changing just because of an interaction that occurred. Divine attribute. This would be strength or wisdom. Healing for sure. Divine something that can be holy. Divine skill. Still athletics. Domains. So this one is about peace, tempest, water, protection, ships, seas, trade, exploration. So we have water. We have wealth. We have stars as a secondary. Peace, peace, peace. Protection. Void, vigil, trickery, repose, secrecy, sorrow, nature, nightmares, nothingness, passion, perfection, ambition, air. What were they? Water, tempest, and peace. Creation, indulgence, cities, cold. Just making sure stuff is actually working correctly on the back end here. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Oh, that's being pushed poorly. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Oh, and I gotta edit this one more time.
Nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent, l'un peint de rêve où le chagrin s'efface, l'autre nu et réel.
Let's see here.
Notre deuil prend place.
Freedom maybe. Healing, protection, indulgence, might, battle, lightning. I guess we could add lightning as a secondary. Okay, darkness, dust, duty, earth. We could add duty. I don't like duty too much. Toil, time, star, soul, sorrow, secrecy. I'm not really a Naga, Wormkin, or Dragon type. He has his trade thing there with the wealth. Zeal is like the not the insanity, but like inner fire your inner fire increases your combat prowess. So it's like the zealotry. I guess zeal does work, kind of. Does it work more than stars or lightning? Yeah, I'd say so. All right, Virgil. That is my tags. I don't want my tags. Okay. Virgil is strength or wisdom for sure. Heal can be holy. Athletics. This is actually going to be society. His favorite weapon, I believe, is the longsword. I'm gonna change it to the greatsword. No, it's a longsword. Domains. Cities. Confidence. Uh, Protection. I'm actually gonna go back to Varus. I'm gonna put Zeal as a secondary. That makes more sense. And then put stars. Lightning. That makes more sense. All right, Virgil. There we go. All right. Let's see here. These confidence protection. Uh, Healing would be a secondary. Zeal. Coil. Time travel. Sun. ST. As well, sorrow, secrecy, repose, nature. Is pain, passion, perfection, like protection. Through protection there, right? Naga, moon, metal. Not so much metal. All right, that's all good and fine. That's Virgil done. That's the Pantheon of Light done. Natural order. Okay, this is where things are gonna get a little bit. Whew. Oh. GM forever. GM of was it GM of Raven? GM of Raven. There we go. It's all lowercase. It's hard for me to read. Of Revan. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Gwendol, Kemby Heal. Good morning indeed, yes. Where's everything in the moment? Destiny. That's supposed to seek it. She's the Fate Astroman. She's the Astromancer Fate. Okay. So, this is gonna be let's see here. Wisdom. We could go intelligence. We could also go charisma. Can never spell intelligence, apparently. I always forget the one L. Intelligence or wisdom for this one. Heal or harm. Can be... I want to say neither. It's a nature deity. It's a cosmos deity. It's really not really about either. Yeah, I'll say neither. Divine skill, that would be... Cosmos, I believe, is Arcana, isn't it? I believe it's Arcana. Beast elementals, the astral plane, which is effectively the astral sea. So yeah. Arcana, favorite weapon, I believe, is the staff. Yep, staff. Okay, now for the fun part, domains. Well, I'm just gonna put it in there. Star is automatically in there. Soul. I as silly as it might sound, moon is actually a secondary for this for sure. As well, sun as well. What I gave for D&D, she has twilight, fate, and light. For this, yeah, fate for sure is more of a primary. No luck. There isn't anything for introspectivity, I don't think. Wisdom, guidance. On. What is the site on the right? That is Archives of Nethys. It is the big. It is basically like the big encyclopedia for Pathfinder. Yep. Pathfinder and Starfinder, for that matter, as well. Stormy Snow, greetings and salutations. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing well, thank you. Let's see here. Vision, age, change, cities, cold, confidence, creation. Creation, maybe? More of about things to be than creation. Indulgence, healing, glyph, freedom, fire, fate, family, earth, duty, inspection, nature, nightmares, knowledge, lightning, nothingness. What's void? Like, what does it actually entail? From emptiness. No. Maybe. We'll think about that one. I'm more thinking about how far I can stretch them. The abyss. Yeah, like I have an idea of what it is, but it's more of like what is it actually describing? Shades, shades, to me the void of consumption. Yeah. Void makes the most sense here as a fourth, especially with sun and moon as secondaries. The sun and the moon being secondaries is kind of important for a lot of plot reasons that I'm just not going to get into right now. Yeah, we'll stick to that for now. We're leaving cleric spells as is for the time being because that is going to be a thing that I'm going to do separately. Oh, I forgot to copy it correctly here. I will leave it as can be holy. We'll put that as heal or harm. And we'll keep that. Oops. There we go. Keep that as or wisdom. So we can copy paste that much more cleanly. Eeyore. My eternal cycle deity. All right. So you are Death, Grave, and Peace originally. You are absolutely Wisdom and Constitution as your two options. Heal or Harm is most appropriate. Can be holy, absolutely. Divine Skill. It's either going to be Nature or possibly Survival. I want to say it's probably Survival. Hmm. Because they automatically get religion, so I can't use religion. Oh, idiot. Medicine. Idiot. Favorite weapon, I believe, is the light crossbow traditionally. So, is there a heavier crossbow? I don't think there is. Repeating heavy crossbow, heavy being magazine crossbow, arbalist. Maybe. Heavy crossbow. I think we're just gonna go with the regular crossbow. Yeah. All right. We got ads. I'll be back momentarily. Okay. All right, we're back from ads. All right. The domains of this individual. So we have death, grave, and peace. So naturally, we're going to add death, the death domain. We have the decay domain. I would say we would also have healing as a secondary. Disorientation, dreams, indulgence, healing, glyph, freedom, fire, fate. Give it fate as a secondary, possibly. Possibly. Let's see here. Introspecting knowledge. Knowledge is just exactly that in like the most literal of senses, right? Receive divine insights, yeah. Maybe. Metal, might, moon, naga, protection, plague, perfection, passion, nothingness, repose, for sure. He's got repose. Secrecy, sorrow. Decay would be more of a secondary, for sure. Actually, hold on. Is decay more like poison and disease than it is to spoil and deteriorate matter? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Um, decay more than sorrow? Decay more than sorrow. Swarm, sun, toil, travel, trickery, truth, vigil, void. Nope, everything else is as it should be. Yeah, for sure. Kalor. Beast, nature, the hunt. This should be neither, I think. When do I think I have as neither, yeah. There we go. A little bit more accurate to the things occurring. Uh, I think. Hold on. Readable colors. There we go. That's a little bit better for me, for my eyes there. All right. Calor, heal, or harm, yeah. This would be strength for sure. He has beast nature, travel, beast hunting, survival, evolution, hospitality. So, divine sanctification, neither. Divine skills, survival. For sure. Are you working on a homebrew world? So, yes, the short answer. So what I'm doing is I have a homebrew setting already that I use primarily in 5th edition right now. I have a bunch of paper versions of it, bunch of paper pieces of it, I should say, stashed away somewhere for back when I used it in 3.5 and in uh Pathfinder 1. And I've been using it for 5th edition for the past 7 years, 7, 8 years, I want to say. Um, but I am like, I would say I'm like 95% of the way of just dropping everything and putting it all into Pathfinder because a lot of the things that it does, like Pathfinder Second, does really suits my GMing style really, really well. So I'm probably gonna just convert over. And 5th edition and like Pathfinder and D&D are extremely compatible with each other in terms of like story and things like that, setting wise and whatnot. So I'm probably just converting over. And so what I'm doing right now is I have my Pantheon already kind of like mostly ironed out. There's a lot of like the smaller details that need to get dealt with, but they they're there. And the big thing I'm doing now is I'm creating the devotee benefits for my deities for Pathfinder because that's a mechanical piece that you need for level 1. Right, like the skill available, the cloister cleric stuff, the war cleric stuff, the stuff that you need for weapons, for um the spell casting, so on. I'm doing spells later. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna go into the spell list, look at each individual spell, and go, okay, does this fit for this cleric, the type of cleric? Does it fit for this deity? Does it fit for this deity? Does it fit for this deity? And then just kind of work my way through the entirety of the spell list and slowly add stuff. Favorite weapon of Kalor is the longbow? No. We're gonna change that. There's a lot of spells to go through. Yes, but there is a really good thing about Pathfinder, and that is that the vast majority of their spells are really good at saying what they do on the can. It's like gust of wind. It's like, okay, this is pretty obvious what this is probably supposed to do. And the other thing also is that it's pretty standard, though not always. Generally speaking, you have a level 1 spell, you have a level 2, 3, or 4, usually a 3, or sorry, a second or a third, but sometimes a fourth. And then you have a 4th, 5th, or 6th level spell. Sometimes it goes up into 8 or 7, but usually it's the typical appearance is 1, 1, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 4. And that's for every deity almost only provides you with 3 spells. So they're kind of mostly interchangeable, pretty easy to roll through, and it's one of those things like, does it grab your attention immediately when that makes sense? Hey, this would make sense for this deity because this is what this deity is about. So I'm not too concerned about doing it. It will take me some time, but I'm okay with that. But the big thing is I'm looking to do all the individual stuff, and then I'm going to do spells at the end, because I can look through a long list of spells and go, hey, this is good for this character, for this deity, this is good for this deity. Because it's character matching to spells. It's like, does their personality match with this spell? Would they have this spell? Yes? Okay. And I can always change it later if I find something more appropriate. There should be like claws or something here that you can get. Claw blade. With 3 parallel blades between the fingers. Yes. Four curved blades attached sturdy harbor give the wielder a close combat weapon. The illustration of having claws extending from their fist. This is it. Tekokag. Tekokagi? You say it? It's a D4 weapon with disarm, finesse, free hand. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Teko Kagi. Are you doing the setting or like the whole shebang? I'm not sure I quite understand your question there, Rue. Or should Rue digitize? I'm not sure I quite understand your question. Like, do you mean am I going to be running games as well, or? Or digitized? I think that's what would be a proper way of asking you. I don't know. This angle is making it. There's a reflection on my phone when I look at it from that angle. It's making it hard for me to read. There's a glare. Can I do this maybe, and it'll be a little bit easier to read? That's a little bit easier to read. Okay. Domains. Nature. There isn't really one in here for bees. It says you're converting 5e to PF. Are you just converting the 5e setting to PF? Or the classes, etc.? Oh, it's just the setting. Hold on. Did I not update my title to be correct? Because I had it written down. Yeah, it's setting conversion and live game design. Yeah, so it's I'm more doing the setting than anything. I should actually adjust that. That is a little bit misleading. There we go. Interesting. I love the setting, but prefer Pathfinder. I guess I'm your man. Yeah, like the math of Pathfinder works a lot better, especially for like the way that I like to run games. The thing about 5th edition is that 5th edition is very like 5th edition specifically is very how do I say this? Uh very rules malleable. And that can create problems. Let's see here. Like it demands rules malleable rather than just working. Let's see here. So, he is so nature, change because he's all about evolution. What else did I have? What's that? Yeah, I'll go get her. Survival, evolution, hospitality, travel, nature, beasts. There's also rules malleable, but it's a lot more stable and doesn't break easily. Rules malleable. Let me rephrase what I mean. I would say that Pathfinder isn't necessarily rules malleable, as that it's more rule structured. So, 5th edition demands that the GM makes rulings, whereas Pathfinder has a rule for most things. It also doesn't rely on advantage for everything, which is probably one of my biggest mathematical gripes with 5th edition. All right, one moment. I gotta go get my kid out of bed. She can't be sleeping all day. Okay, I am back. Uh, yeah. So like my issue with my issue with advantage is that it's really swinging in its value. It's very inconsistent. Is that 5e is a lot more GM may I, and the same rule may be interpreted 3 to 6 different ways, while PF2 doesn't give much room for interpretation, maybe 2 to 3 at worst. It's partially that, but in a lot of cases for 5e, there's a lot of things that's just like the rules to do something just simply don't exist. I also have some issues with the way, like, for example, like how saving throws are done in 5th edition. Um, I think they're not good. plain and simple. I think they're not good. Movement in 5th edition is not very good. There's a lot of things that 5th edition I think did very, very well for the simplicity factor to try and bring in new players, which ultimately I think is actually really smart. Some tools are two blind people normally against each other. Yeah, exactly. Like because it is hyper reliant on advantage and disadvantage, it creates a lot of really bad scenarios. Now, I will say, advantage disadvantage at the table is really fun. It's a really fun thing to do. Just roll 2 20s and take the better of the two or the lesser of the two. It's very simple. It's very easy. It's very fun. But on a mathematical standpoint, I really don't like it. Because if you're already favored to do something, it does make you more favored. If you are out of favor to do something, it would be less like it's less useful. The further away you are from being 50-50 of achieving something with advantage disadvantage, the further away from center you are, the less effective it is. So it's one of those really, really weird scenarios where, yeah, maybe it could be solved by simply adding flat checks. I agree. Ah. Back to domains for the deity of beasts. Wood is just the element of wood, right? It's not like the woods. Yeah, it's element of woods. Or element of wood, excuse me. But I don't think I really have a forest deity. I'll give him wood as a secondary, just so that I have it in there. Let's see here. The change nature, not really destruction. Indulgence is definitely a good word for this, I think. You feast mightily and can shake off the effects of overindulging. That's oddly specific. We'll add it for now. I'm kind of struggling to grab a few things for this one. Introspection, no. Nightmares, nothingness, pain, passion, perfection, plague, protection, repose. This is like the god of beasts, like the hunt in the wild. There isn't really anything here for like the hunt. The other thing Pathfinder does that won me over is that the 3 action every turn is way more valuable than even 5e. I think the 3 action economy system, ironically, even though you can do anything that you want with each individual action, simplifies the paying to do a thing. So the way that I've come to see it, and this is how I've come to think of it. In 5th edition, you have your turn and you have 3 different economies that you're spending. You have your movement economy, you have your action economy, and you have your bonus action economy. You have 3 different economies because you can't interchange them. So you have 3 different resources that you're managing on your turn to do things. Whereas in Pathfinder, you have one economy and you have 3 of them. So it's very easy to go, oh, it costs me 1, 2, or 3 to do a thing. Not, it costs me this thing, or this thing, or this thing. So you don't have to separate what kind of economy you have. You just have an action economy rather than 3 different kinds of economy. And they all, and every action, every single thing that you can do in the game shares that same economy. So it doesn't become, so you get lost in the sauce more often. It's like, do I can do this thing, but is it an action or a bonus action? It's like, no. The question then becomes, is it an action or 2 actions? And the big thing that makes it really, really easy to answer is that there's a form of relativity to that, which is it something that I can do relatively simply? Is it a little bit more complicated? Or is it going to take me a significant amount of time? Right? And that's the way I've kind of come to it. It's like casting a spell is a little bit more complicated. Attacking something, maneuvering around someone, like raising your shield. These are all very simple, fast things that you can do. So it becomes very, very easy to just think in relative terms. And especially when you consider that there's a standardize of spells just cost 2 unless they are 1. Like, unless they specifically are designed to cost a different amount, they always are 2. So you have a default in your head that it's always 2, with some exceptions. And those exceptions are usually cantrips or a spell that is specific to a single action that it has, like, for example, Magic Missile, which you have 3 options for. Or it's a spell that's like, it's your big spell, it's going to take you all 3. It's like, you're going to make note of it when you take it. Because you also note which ones you're taking. You get them. So there's a lot of, I would say there's a bit of nuance that removes the clutter with it. I had Soul in there, I think. I have them for travel, but that's more of a... I could put travel in. That's not really the most accurate way of, like, describing it. Over movement and journey. Played TTRPGs before. Yeah, like, that was one of the things is, like, I've explained it to people that have played that their only system that they play or have played was 5th edition. And I said, you have 3 actions. Movement costs you an action. Attacking costs you an action. Anything that you do, with some exceptions, costs you an action. And they said, oh, okay. Simple. And you have 3 of them in your turn. These streamers sub by sub, baby. Appreciate it. I don't know why my notifications are not working for YouTube. I keep trying to fix them, and they just keep getting turned off. For whatever reason. Like, they work, and then they stop working. Like, I need to go into my... Oh, there it is. But now it's not appearing on the screen. All right. Let's fix this. I'm tired. We're doing it live. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it now. I'm sick of trying to fix it. I'm sick of it being hard. Yeah, it's turned off. Why is it turned off? Yeah, there it is. That's annoying. Well, whatever. Thank you very much for the follow. Or not for the follow, for the YouTube sub. Excuse me. Appreciate it. Normally, I have, like, an empty blank space above my head, so it doesn't usually look this ugly. All right. Well, it's working now. So, I don't know. Stuff just breaking all the time. Some mystery algorithm thing. Yeah, sure, we can go with that. I like this. I like this answer. It wasn't my fault. It just did it on its own. So a piece of rogue code did it did it on me. We'll go travel because I can't think of another one. Like vigil is not right. Undeath, tyranny, truth, trickery, repose, secrecy, sorrow, soul, sorrow, swarm. We can give them swarm actually, because that would be the insects, and we can put travel in here. We'll do that. That makes more sense. Main one that matters is getting these 4 down. The rest of these are mostly inconsequential in a lot of cases. Getting these 4 is like the big thing that has to happen for sure. Like we need to have these 4 figured out. I'm gonna take indulgence away. We're gonna add wood here, and we're gonna put indulgence at the front. So I think that's a little bit more. A little bit more. Not a lot more, but a little bit more accurate. All right, Maleficia. Oh, come on. Devotee benefits. There we go. Maleficia is the mother of Fae. So fertility, love, nature. Let's see here. Heal or harm? Nope. Heal only. Actually, no. She's a Fae still. Charisma or wisdom? Absolutely. Divine sanctification? Neither. Skill? Nature probably. I don't see a reason to make it anything else. Favorite weapon is the sickle. I don't know if we have sickles. I imagine we do. Yep. Sickles are a simple weapon. Yep. D4. Usually a farming tool. Yep. Oh, there we go. Stormy Snow, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Domains for Maleficia. We have nature for sure. Disorientation. That might be a secondary. Family is definitely in there. Let's see here. Dreams, dust, knowledge, introspection, lightning, sorrow. I believe it's also suffering. So we can add sorrow. What exactly is nothingness as? Draw power from emptiness. Yeah, actually. Nothingness as a secondary. Toil. Disorientation, family, nature, toil. Pain, passion. Nature, nightmares, introspection, knowledge, earth, family, fate, fire, freedom, indulgence, dreams, dragon. What was delirium? No, it wasn't disorientation. It's delirium is what I was looking for. Wait, is delirium literally used as for one deity and that's it? No. Why is it only giving me one option on here? Is there a secondary? There's nothing else I have chosen. If I go to delirium, many deities have it. Not that it's a big deal because I'm more looking for this than just the explanation than anything, but that's weird. Not sure why it's doing it like that. All right. Selene, which is the harvest deity. Oh, I forgot to add the devotee benefits. And then we copy this entire thing. There we go. Oh, did I put a... I did put charisma, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Selene. This would be... For harvest? Probably constitution. Maybe intelligence. Oh, no. Farming. Farming. Strength. Strength. Farming. Maybe constitution. Heal or harm. Will heal. Exclusive. Divine sanctification. Neither. Divine skill. Survival. Favorite weapon, I believe, is also going to be the scythe. Which I have zero doubts is in here. Yep, there it is. Scythe. Okay, let's see here. Domains. Nature. Knowledge. Um, sun. I believe it's just like the harness power of the sun. Yeah, and punish undead. Yeah, so sun. Uh, toil. Toil. Dust. Earth is more of a. Is it like a rock and stone? Soil and stone. Okay, yeah, earth. Uh, more than knowledge. Earth, nature, sun, toil, dust. Introspective, maybe. Dreams, dragon. I kind of like this one as is. Sylvus, which is the dream deity. Arcana dreams, knowledge. This is going to be intelligence. For sure. Heal or harm, yes. Divine sanctification, neither. Divine skill would be. Oh boy. Occult, maybe? Hmm. Diplomacy, storm, medicine, nature, stealth, survival, society, religion, performance, acrobatics, cult. Probably a cult, actually, because that's like those. That's like the strange and the weird, right? Identify magics, particularly the occult tradition, which is a lot more like bards are the most iconic occult spells casters. So it'd be like stories and things of that nature. Aberrations, spirits, oozes, and esoteric planes like the astral plane, creation forge, ethereal plane, the netherworld of the void. Yeah, it'd be a cult. Occultism. Favored weapon is, I believe, the quarterstaff. Yeah, so it's still a staff. What's the gaff? These hook staffs are popular among fishers and warriors alike. Maybe a gaff. But my brain wants to go to like a proper shillelagh, but that's a spell. So I think we'll just go with staff and call it a day. Domains, that is ambition, dreams. I'm not feeling these. I look it up and it seems like it comes from something called Grim Hollow. Is that right? No, these are my own. Like I've made these ones up myself over the years. Like this is these are things I've made, rebranded, like redone, like probably close to 4 or 5 times over at this point. Altered them, adjusted them, things so on so on. Or do you mean the ones over here in the Pathfinder, on the Pathfinder side? Because these are all things you can find in Pathfinder. Many of them are from like real world as well. And this stuff over here is my homebrew stuff. Yeah, those are my own creations. If they're from Grim Hollow, I would actually have no idea because I haven't looked at Grim Hollow at all. Grim Hollow, if my memory serves, is also a fairly recent release as well, like within the last year, like the last year or so, I think. Like Maleficia is built off of the uh, character archetype that Maleficent actually carries, which is the overbearing mother. I took obviously I have my own spin on the whole thing, but ambition, dreams. Uh, Maleficent is also abusiveness woman. Yeah, exactly. Like she's the overbearing mother that to the point of it becomes abusive, right? Like that's the character archetype. So the idea is that I took the idea of the overbearing mother, um, not to the point where it's abusive, but to the point where it's toxic. Changed her from being this evil character to being more Fey like, and then uh and then ran with it, her being like the overbearing mother to the arch phase. Right. That's kind of like the direction that I ran with it. Ambition, dreams. What else does he have? Knowledge for sure. Right, like that's kind of like the baseline starting point I had, and then I just kind of ran in a direction and just kind of kept on running until I got somewhere. Let's see here. Trickery, truth. Truth is probably a good one for this. Trickery, water, wood, void. Toil, time, travel, repose, nightmares. Not really so much about nightmares. I have another deity for that. Introspective. Introspective is definitely in there. Introspection is a better primary rather than an alternate. Uh, that's probably it. I don't think I see another one that makes a lot of sense for me to slap in there. Maybe Fate. But that's kind of like a stretch. All right, so that's the end of the natural order. And now for the neutral deities. Arash. This one is I would say strength or intelligence, probably strength. It's all about the hardship and the journey. Intelligence or wisdom, heal or harm. Uh, can be no, neither. Sounds a sounds a little like Crom. I need a little bit more uh like Crom from what? Uh he had Arcana Travel War, Adventure Risk Travel Competition Struggle Challenge. This one is definitely more for athletics. Your harsh deity strength in God sounds like Crom from Conan. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Chrome Labs, it's system conversion. Yeah. Favorite weapon, I believe, was the battle axe. Yep. Do we have the? Is it battle axe or I think it's battle axe. Yep, battle axe. All right, domains. This one is definitely ambition. Oh, come on. Travel, wealth. Wealth, maybe in here. We'll see. Knowledge. Uh, dragon as a secondary because he's a drag. He is a dragonborn historically, which means in this case he's technically a kobold because Pathfinder reasons. Perfection, maybe. Fate, family, duty, dust, Naga, moon, might. Might is it? I didn't put. Did I put might in Gorgak? I better have. I did not. Get rid of zeal. Because definitely might for that guy, and then might for this guy as well. We can get rid of some things here. We can get rid of city's confidence, protection, zeal. Those make more sense. Yeah, make sure I have the right ones in there. Might. Get might in here. Luck is also a little bit of a thing here as well. Shuffling a dragonborn into kobold is diabolical. Yeah, it's only for the for mechanical purposes because you can. So there's an ancestry thing that you can do in Pathfinder, which lets you convert kobold to dragonborn, like to your more draconic appearance. It gives you it gives you a boost of hit points. I think it increases your size category. I can't remember. It does something else as well. Oh no, it gives you a bunch of it gives you a bunch of +1 status bonuses to a couple of different saves, which is actually pretty good. Like for level 1, that's pretty good. It's like +4 hit points, which is always welcomed. Yeah, that's fine. Aurora Winter, Journey, Curiosity, and Kindness. This one is more heavily towards favored towards wisdom, but we'll go dexterity as the secondary. Heal or harm, activation, neither. Divine skill, survival. Survival. It's more like the introspective type. Journey, yeah, survival. I played a Dragonborn character who hated kobolds because they were like the lower caste or wannabes. Might be a good roleplay opportunity for people to call him. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like that, I actually have like an entire region built like that. So there's going to be some very interesting things that I have to kind of do in the background. Is like the ones that are of the greater caste, the ones that resemble the dragons in their original form the most. Yeah. So, and that's actually like a region that's actually like under draconic rule, which is specifically like the primordial dragons, which are the dragons that are native to the plane, and not the dragons of Draconia, which is a separate planet that I have, plane, which is where the metallic and chromatic dragons are from, because and that's where they have their eternal war. The whole a whole mess of other things. All right, we got ads over on Twitch, so I'm gonna let those play out. I'm gonna get up, get a glass of water, and we'll get right back into it. Right on back. Couple minutes. Okay. More ads. Okay. Aurora. Favorite weapon is the quarterstaff. Snow leopard. Yeah, it's gonna be the probably the bow staff actually. Uh, is that an uncommon weapon? No, it's not. It's just a martial weapon, right? Yeah, it's a martial weapon. Yeah. All right, bow staff, and then the domains. It is introspective, indulgent, because it specifically states you feast mightily and can shake off the effects of overindulgence. So actually, no, that is the you overindulge and you're fine. Introspective, indulgent, so not indulgence. Grave peace travel. So introspective, uh, definitely travel. He's the travel deity for my setting. Let's see. Soul. That might be a secondary actually. Knowledge. Uh, Not glyph. Zeal, trickery, secrecy, sorrow, soul, star, swarm, time. I guess time would work kind of. Weirdly enough. Definitely luck. Well, luck would go KL. Yeah, I think that works best. Is there any other ones in here that work well for me for this? Fate, kind of, but less so. Yeah, this is probably one of the better setups I've got for this. Introspective, knowledge, luck, travel, fate, soul, time. Baharam, generosity, trickery, and wealth. Definitely charisma or wisdom. Heal or harm signification is 100% going to be neither. There we go. Divine skill, persuasion. Deception, persuasion. Deception, deception. Hmm. Deception. Deception. Favorite weapon is the saber. It's probably in there. Hmm. Is there a cutlass? Hmm. Long rifle. Nope, that's a rifle. spiked gauntlet. By name. Load all of them. Where's combat court? Club. No. Down to S. Sawtooth Saber, Saber, Scorn Whip, Scourge, Scythe. They don't have just a general saber. Scythe, Sears, Shears, Shuriken, Shields, Sling Spears. Do they have a falchion then, maybe? They have a falchion. Of the curved blade. Yeah. Two-hand version of the curved blade scimitar. Is a scimitar a level 1 weapon? Curved blade scimitar. Maybe it's C? No. Oh, wait a minute. I'm an idiot. It's a curved blade scimitar. So it's just called a scimitar. Let's see here. Sickle, sling, scimitar. Yeah. Scimitar. Really, that's interesting that they don't have a saber in there. I guess I couldn't make it distinct enough from a scimitar for it to matter. Wealth, trickery. What are the domains he has? Trickery, water, and wealth. Yeah. His other areas of concern: generosity, cheating, trickery, thievery, fairness. Is there a difference in blade style? The main difference would be amount of curve, and I guess technically also era and origin. Because a saber is much more of a like late Renaissance weapon than anything. Like it was more of a cavalry weapon than anything. Whereas a scimitar, I think, was developed more so in the Middle East than it was in Europe. I could be wrong though, but that's what I think is the case. And it was also used about 800 years earlier. But I guess in terms of application, like for the purposes of the game, it wouldn't be really that much different from each other. I think it's like kind of the same reason why you don't see a cutlass either, because a cutlass is very similar to like a cutlass would be very similar to a short sword or maybe even a rapier. You could make the argument like it's between the two because a cutlass was a slashing weapon. But it was also forward heavy. So it's a lot more of like, is there enough of a difference between it to justify creating it? Which is a hard line to draw, I think, in some cases. But I think that, yeah, it's the fact that it's not there. It's not the end. Stars, probably. Chicory. There's nothing here for generosity, is there? Not really. Change cities, colds, creation, dragon, freedom. Definitely freedom. He is the pirate deity, so freedom for sure. Maybe air as a secondary for obvious reasons, I think. Um, family, fate, fire, freedom, metal, might, moon, naga. Repose, nature, nightmares, nothing that's tyranny. I mean, you just give him water and just call it a day. Kambar, my dragon deity. Oops. This one is. I almost want to say it's strength charisma. Yeah. Heal or harm, divine sanctification, neither. Divine skill, uh, society. Favorite weapon, I believe, is the great sword. Yep. Um, I kind of want to go with a different weapon class type. There's a lot of sword stuff in there. Let's go with um, let's go with the hammer group. Earthbreaker, maybe. Yeah, let's go with Earthbreaker. Oh, that's one word. The Earthbreaker. So this one has dragon. Has dragon. Uh, Wormkin. I believe Wormkin is power of dragons, Lenorms, and other powerful reptilian creatures. Yep. Might be a secondary. Uh, might, magic, uh, wealth as a secondary. We can also put tyranny in here. I don't think any of these other ones actually make proper sense, so we can keep that. There isn't really anything in there for strategy. Orin, the Dwarven God. This is absolutely going to be Constitution. Healer, harm, sanctification, none, neither. Divine skill, craft. Favorite weapon is definitely the Warhammer. Yeah. Actually, this should be Earthbreaker. And this should be Warhammer. Domains. Uh, this is the guy of ambition. Ambition, uh, creation, earth, fire, metal. Uh, Toil. I'm gonna move some of these. Duty. Ambition, creation, earth. We're gonna go duty and metal. So this would be earth, fire, toil, and duty would go here. There we go. Urani. Deity of possibility, time, prophecy, and duty. So this one is intelligence. Wisdom, heal or harm. Yeah. Uh, Neither. Skills. Uh, Cultism. Cultism. Favorite weapon, I believe, is the sickle for her. Yeah. Deity of fate, tapestry. You can think of like her as kind of like the part as like the three fates together. In charge of the tapestry of existence, the weave. Is there anything for sewing? Ironically. I'm almost tempted to give her the sling, honestly, of all things. Dawn Silver Tree. What is this? Neither Dawn Silver nor Tree. It's a gun. Okay. Oh, it's from Gears and Guns. Okay. Um, I almost want to say sling. Sickle. Sickle. We'll just stick. We'll just stick with sickle. It's simpler that way. Uh, Domains. Uh, Fate, duty for sure, like 100%. Um, Knowledge. Vigil. Um, Glyph. Is in there for sure. Dust is in there. Soul kind of a little bit, but not enough to really warrant putting in there, I don't think. Nothingness. Is in there. All right. Last one, I think. Oh, and then we have Mitharin. Valandra is charisma, heal or harm. Neither. Divine skill is. I want to say just gather information. Family, vengeance, regret. Grave love, twilight, eloquence, large performance. Is performance even a skill in Pathfinder? I don't think it is. It is a skill. Perfect. Rapier. Just want to make sure it's actually a weapon in fifth and Pathfinder. It should be, but rapier. Yep, it's just a martial weapon though. All right, domains. Family. She has things for the Underdark, but not Undeath. Although Undeath would fit. Is Undeath specifically undead? Technically, this is vengeance. Undeath. Don't really have anything for blood. Grave love, twilight, eloquence, blood, family, vengeance, regret. Sorrow. Which means we can also put in pain. This one, I think pain was actually pretty good. Perfection. I will put soul in this one. Soul in there. And yeah, I'd say that's it. All right, Mitharin is a special case. Strength or wisdom. Is heal or harm. Divine sanctification must be holy. She is my only holy demanded deity. Divine skill. Probably society of all things. Because she is very like anti other deities. Very much a I am society. Society is mine. People should worship me. Very, very much a god of like none other may follow me. None other may follow anything other than me. All other forms of traditions of magic or heresy. Excuse me. The favorite weapon is the long sword. What was an effective weapon that was also really good as a weapon of fear? Uh, Historical weapons of fear. Morningstar, broadsword, the man catcher, Greek fire. 10 most feared enemy weapons. World War II memorial. Oh, that's not what I want. Hmm. History's most feared weapons. Let's have a little looky look here. Uh, the man catcher is a catcher that pulled a two-pronged. Man catcher was a pole used up to the 18th century in Europe. The man catcher was a pole with a two-pronged head. Each prong had spring-loaded door that would help it to ensnare its victims, who couldn't then escape from it. It was often used to pull people off horses before they were either taken as hostages or killed, or just killed more easily from an extra vulnerability position. Fair enough. Of course, there's the good old broadsword, the Morning Star, of course, the Zweihander, War Scythe, and the Kubikiri. And origin from southern and eastern Africa does not seem like anything special, especially when compared to the dragon beard hook. But imagine getting slammed in the nose, or yet worse, the groin up close. Oh, so it was just because it was a really useful. Okay. Um, Nabakiri is not in there. Uh, this is like a warpath style deity, so it would be good to have something that's very warlike. Like the Zweihander would actually be very, very good. Is the Zweihander in here? That would just be a great sword, then I guess. Hmm. Oh, not base weapons. I guess that's fine still. Um, hook. Horse chopper, maybe. Created by goblins to battle horses, this weapon is essentially a long staff ending with a blade with a large hook. Maybe. Uh, it's oh, a Gitsuram. Polearm bears a long often one-sided curved blade with a hook trimmed from the blunt side of the blade, which can be allowed the wielder to trip opponents at a distance, and the shaft is usually 8 feet long. So it's a reach trip weapon that has a D8, a D10. I'm down for that. Maybe if we can find something else though. Boarding pike? No. Let's use the Ginsu Ram. Gu Guisaram. Gusarami? Gusaram? Gusar. Oops, didn't mean to click on it. Oh, okay. I recognize this weapon. How do I say this? No, not STTSST. Is it Geesarm? Huh. Sure, that works. Oh, jeez. Geesarm. Domains. So this is absolutely might, sun for sure. This is like warpath deity. Destruction is not quite right. It's not trying to destroy everything. It's trying to take over everything. Zeal. Truth, tyranny. Tyranny for sure. Oh. Tyranny, zeal. Knowledge, maybe. I would like to think protection. For sure. Not magic, anti-magic. Healing. Ambition. I might be using ambition a little too loosely. Cities. This is a deity that's like up and coming and trying to like take over all other forms of deitum and existence in that way. So, and it has a real shot, like has a real potential to do it. Yeah, this is probably it. All right. That's all the deities and all of their everything except for their spells. All of them except for their spells, which is awesome. All right. Now, the next question. Spellcasting. How would I approach anti an anti non-divine magic deity or magic spells that they get towards their divine domain? That's an interesting one. I'm not entirely certain as to how to do it. Actually, there's one more thing that we should do. We're gonna do it this way. So we're gonna go through all of our deities and make sure that we have appropriate. We're gonna get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. Appropriate things across the board. So we have glyph, knowledge, magic, secrecy. We have family, fate, healing. Where's luck? Luck. Family, we have protection, we have repose, we have sorrow. Varus, we have water, wealth, protection, and lightning. I'm only doing majors. See if there's anything that's like sticks out that we need to worry about. We have cities, we have confidence, we have protection, we have zeal. Okay, there's 3 protection deities inside of the Blight Pantheon, and while that does kind of make sense, we may need to ease up on that a little bit. Varus is less about protection, more about might. So we'll get rid of protection, and we'll add might in there. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay. We'll go into shadow now. So we have ambition, might, travel, and knowledge. Or we have introspective. I should actually change that from introspective to introspection. Luck, travel. There's a lot of overlap there. Baharam is trickery, freedom, water, and wealth. Is dragon, magic, might, and wormkin. Orin is ambition, creation, duty, and metal. Yorni is duty, fate, knowledge, and vigil. Balandra is family, pain, perfection, and sorrow. Cinder is creation, fire, healing, and soul. Malachite is creation, earth, metal, and wealth. Did I not do the natural order? I don't think I did. Torrent, change, destruction. I'm going to change this from change to cold. Probably more accurate. Cold, destruction, tyranny, and water. And Zephyr is air, freedom, introspection, and lightning. Windle is fate, soul, star, void. Eeyore is death, decay, repose, and sorrow. Kalor is change, nature, swarm, and travel. Maleficia is Derillium, family, nature, and toil. Selene is toil, sun, nature. And earth. Sylvus is dreams, introspection, knowledge, and truth. And then for darkness, Durath is ambition, change, tyranny, undeath. Hold on, I feel like I missed one in the natural order. Did Kalor, did I take away wood from Kalor? No, I forgot to mention wood. There we go. Does Yoroni not have time? Fate. We'll take duty away from her. No, fate. Duty, fate. Oh, I want to shove time in there so badly. Time is like the one that's like right after. Is probably the fifth one. Gorgak is destruction, healing, pain, and might. Might is in the wrong spot. Ozulax is abomination, change, truth, and nightmares. I'm going to change that from change to darkness. Dust was also, I believe, a secondary for Urani. Yeah. Shilsha, which is a spooter. Plagues, secrecy, swarm, and trickery. Zond is confidence, duty. We can get rid of duty, actually. And we can put in pain instead. Well, we have passion. We have indulgence. We have confidence. So we don't have anything for so the ones that we are missing in the primaries. Oh, and I forgot to put down nightmares for Ozulax. Because we have truth. Okay, so we're missing, as the primaries, we're missing, and we have dragon. We're missing disorientation, dust, nothingness, and time. Time is the big oversight here. Zond is definitely soul over any of those ones. It's definitely soul. That's a mistype over those. So time. Oh, and then Mitharan is, I think, all overlap. Ambition, cities, healing, and protection. Along with might, sun, tyranny, and zeal. Yeah. I have nothing for the moon. Gwendol. Like, moon is a secondary. I mean, she's more about the cosmos than anything. I think someone else had void. I think Ozulax has void. There's truth, nightmares, darkness. I guess void is a secondary. I'm okay with having void as a secondary. Urani. I have lots of knowledge in there. I think we have to change this to knowledge being a secondary and putting time in here. Now, one thing I do know is that I do have nothingness, Naga. I don't have Naga, but I have nothingness, dust, and I don't have any disorientation, but that's fine. I need to put moon on something, and I think it's going to be one of my water deities. Actually, Baharam, rather than water, you get water, and Virgil, you get, or not Virgil, Varus, excuse me. Instead of wealth, you get moon. That makes way more sense. Yeah, that works a lot better. I have primary representation for almost everything. And then I have secondary representation for everything except for Naga. which I'm okay with Naga not having a ton of representation because it's literally I think that's more setting specific. So it looks like it's you believe like main Nagas. Yeah, so I don't have a Naga deity. It's meant I think that one's very specific. So yeah, I'm only missing disorientation. Oops. Which is you can bewilder and perplex your foes. This feels like something I can give more to the actual Fae. If it's gonna go to anybody, it's gonna go to Maleficia. Which it would work better than Toil. Actually better than Nature. Nature, I believe, is very much a like the nature itself over animals and plants. Yeah, no. I keep thinking D&D nature. So this would be better to be disorientation. There we go. Yeah. All right, cool. That's all of the domain stuff taken care of. Secondary domains can always be expanded upon or adjusted as needed. And I'll even let my players try to make arguments for it. So it's like, hey, I kind of want this alternative domain. This alternative domain kind of makes sense for this deity, I think. What do you do? Could I take it? And I'm kind of willing to work with players a little bit and develop it further as time goes on. Publish multiple flags. Probably gonna be like 50 freaking things. 29. There we go. 29 updates. All right. What time we got here? 11:20. Okay. Let's call it a day here, I think. Yeah. We're gonna call it a day here. It's been almost 4 hours for this segment, so I think we're gonna call it there. I'm happy with the results. I actually managed to, just based off of my own instincts going through, I actually managed to cover almost everything based off of how I designed it, which is actually really, really encouraging to me because that means I have a really diverse pantheon by design. Because it fits broadly speaking that way. Some minor adjustments to kind of make things work a little bit more mechanically, but I'm okay with that mild adjustment here and there that I've kind of had to do. So I'm going to call it there, or I'm going to call it here. Thank you very much for everybody for swinging by. Appreciate you all that did. Shout out to Are You Digitized for the sub on YouTube, Stormy Snow, and GM of Revan, excuse me, for the follows on Twitch. And until next time, guys, have a good day. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Cheers.